I forgot how good the soundtrack to this game is. The soundtrack's pretty good. Alright. What's happening, party people? Oh, let's get that out of the way. Alright. So welcome to Vampyr. Two things. This was voted on by the Discord server, so if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to say in what I play next, you can vote in polls that go up on the Discord server. There's also Happy Spooky Month. Happy Spooky Month. It's time. It's October. I'm so excited. So here's the thing, right? I think later this month, regardless of votes, I am going to be playing the Nightmare Before Christmas game that I put up in the poll that this won over. Because the voice actor for Oogie Boogie, the villain of the Nightmare Before Christmas series, I guess, there's been, you know, games, sequel games, prequel games, and stuff. The voice actor for Oogie Boogie, Ken Page, unfortunately passed away. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. I heard about it this morning. Not one of the things I wanted to bring up, but I do also want to say that, like, Nightmare Before Christmas was, like, such an important movie to me as a child. It genuinely shaped who I am as a person, which for a lot of people is a problem, but for some, the nightmare is Christmas, yeah. But yeah, Ken Page passed away, very unfortunate. In the English version of all Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, he always came back to voice Oogie Boogie. He was also a part of the original Broadway cast for Cats. Yeah, no, but like in all video games and all promotional stuff, for live events, for changing the Walt Disney World and Walt Disneyland theme parks. He would do voice stuff for Oogie Boogie. For commercials for changing the parks for Halloween, he would do Oogie Boogie stuff. Like, he was Oogie Boogie. There was nobody else, except for foreign language dubs. He is the character. He was also a gay icon, and he will be missed. Ken Page will be missed. But that's for another day. We will do some streams of Nightmare Before Christmas later this month. For today, it's Vampyr is how I pronounce it. Vampyr. I can see an argument for Vampyr, and I kind of like the sound of Vampyr, but I always just pronounced it Vampyr. So, the other thing I wanted to say, other than you can vote on games that I play in the Discord server, I have made no bones about the fact that I am not a fan of Don't Nod. I don't particularly care for Life is Strange, specifically the writing in Life is Strange. I think that a lot of their rule sets for, you know, when their main character has some kind of superpower, they can be really wishy-washy, depending. Vampyr. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so this is a Don't Nod game that I enjoy, and I'm willing to cop to the fact that Don't Nod have made good games in the past. It's just that their bread and butter that they really like making are those, like, episodic, you know, teen-led, but written by people who don't know how teens sound, middle-aged boardroom executive writers, you know how it is. Not a fan of Life is Strange or anything in that vein from Don't Nod. Telltale's a different story. Same formula, different companies. You don't nod to their games, pretty much. But this and Remember Me are two games that I distinctly remember enjoying. Flip side of that, I can say I really enjoyed those games. I never finished either. I've never finished Vampyr. I've never finished Remember Me. Here's something else. Here's probably why I pronounce it Vampyr. I worked at GameStop when this game came out. And we had... Hey, Sebe, what's going on? It's been a minute. I worked at GameStop when this game came out. And we had TVs playing a bunch of gaming news over and over and over again. It was like half an hour to an hour of footage that they would just play on loop for the whole day. So, like, if you have a 7-8 hour long shift, you're hearing the same stuff over and over again. And there was a segment where the woman talking about this game made a comment of like, oh, is it Vampyr? Is it Vampyr? But she pronounced it Vampyr throughout the ad roll. So maybe that's why it's stuck in my head. But I also think that I was going to hit start, but I think that this is worth noting real quick. I always like to read out disclaimers and warnings before a game, depending on subject matter. You know, like, this is a spooky vampire game, so if you don't like blood, even if based on proven medical knowledge from 1918, Vampyr sometimes takes liberties when establishing possible links between scientific theories and supernatural creatures for theatrical purposes. In other words, do not try to cure any disease with any of the recipes shown in this game. And no rats were harmed during the making of this game. Also, I guess question, so this is a game where choices matter, and you can do like a good playthrough and a bad playthrough. What kind of playthrough do we want to do? We have some time to think about it. There's like there's some there is some prologue stuff. But do we want to do the two types are like good doctor or full like thirsty vampire? How? Why such a bizarre theme? Why is there blood in my vampire game? It's not as bad as like Legacy of Kain. Blood Omen 2, like, you just go like this and you just suck blood out of a person that's like on the ground. You don't even have to grab them. There's a lot of blood in that game. In Vampyr, every action you take can have consequences. This game uses an autosave system. Oh, Blood Omen 2 is so fucking cool. I want to play through... So there's the new Soul Reaver remasters coming out in like December. I'm going to be playing the Soul Reaver remasters on stream. But I want to play through all 5 of the games. I don't know if I'm going to play them in order. I'm probably going to do the Soul Reaver remakes, and then Blood Omen, and then Blood Omen 2. And then Defiance. Back alley blood transfusions? Yeah. But yeah, do we want to do good doctor or bad vampire? Those are the two options. And I will be trying to like hardline force one of those options. I will always try and choose good or bad options depending on what people are feeling. Whenever the symbol is displayed on your screen, an autosave is in progress. Please do not close the game when this icon is displayed. Take responsibility for your actions. Thank you, Vampyr. This game's got some sauce. I forgot how stylish this game was. Because I don't think the actual art style of the game, like, it tries to go for that close to realism, but the actual like city design and like I remember really liking his outfit. They give him the Dr. John something. They give him the like buzzed on the side, long on top. I remember so vividly that the main character in this game kind of serves a little cunt. He kind of serves a little. He's a little cunty. Ooh, I had a save. When was my last saved game? The year it came out. And I played for about 24 hours. And I was still in Act 1? Wait, how long is this game? The narratively satisfying path tends to be good boy runs in these types of moral things. At most, it makes the game a tiny more challenging, like Infamous. Yeah, I do remember it's like, you can either build up a, like, little congregate of friends that are, like, willing to help you. You know, like, if you choose the good option, you have, like, clergymen, nuns, doctors. Like, you have other people that can help you, give you healing items. You know, you have more access to people and shops and stuff, and you're able to trade more goods and get more resources. The downside of that is you just don't have a lot of, like, supernatural vampire powers. But if you lean heavily into combat vampire powers, you become a more powerful individual, but you don't have the, like, you don't have access to a lot of shops. People start recognizing you on sight as evil vampire man. You know, that kind of stuff. We have some time to think about it. New game. Oh, here we... Okay. Play Vampyr with low challenge. This will cut an important part of the experience, but will allow you to enjoy the story and explore with little danger. Combat is very easy. There is no reward for finishing this mode without... There is no reward for finishing this mode without killing any citizens. Saint or Hell on Earth? Factions didn't go for infamous fascist versus nutters thing. Yeah, like, I'm not, and this is, you know, a blasphemous take, but I'm not a Fallout New Vegas enjoyer. But I love the factions system in Fallout New Vegas. Having just like a handful to a dozen small to large, like, loosely connected, like, oh, everybody has an opinion of somebody. So if you dress up as somebody and do something bad, you know, some people might like you for that because you're setting up somebody else to fall. And then that faction you dressed up as might not like you because you dressed up as them. Or maybe the thing you did is in their best interest, and since you dressed as them, they're like, oh yeah, you're one of us, bud. You know, Outer Worlds, I think, does that a lot too. I wouldn't know. My only experience with Outer Worlds is just taking the biggest stick I could find and killing everybody within the first hour of that game. And then I was like, oh, that's cool. Turn the game off. It's not a Bethesda game, is the thing. Fallout New Vegas was actually by Obsidian Entertainment, and it was set up to fail. Yeah. Obsidian was, basically, they gave them like 8 to 9 months, less than a year, to make a game, and they were so sure that it wouldn't do as good as Fallout games are. Here's the thing, and again, this is a hot take. Fallout 4 being the most, like, accessible Fallout option, I love Fallout 4. And I know that's controversial because it's not New Vegas, or, you know, the original Fallout games have their fans. People enjoyed the story of Fallout 3, looking for your dad and stuff. But, like, I think the main story of Fallout 4 and, like, the main 3 or 4 factions are kind of whatever in Fallout. But in terms of gameplay and exploration, I really enjoy just wandering through Fallout. And that's what I play Bethesda games for, is what world do I enjoy getting lost in the most. That's why I think Skyrim holds up so well. I enjoy just getting lost in Skyrim, wandering around, you know, finding a cave I'd never explored in my 80 other playthroughs. I recently played through Skyrim with some friends. We had the Skyrim Together mod on PC, and that was awesome. We all specialized in something. Like, one of my friends became an alchemist and had, like, alchemy 100 and was like, I can make you whatever potion you want. I became a smith. I was a blacksmith, and I was making dragon bone armor for everybody. Like, we all specialized in stuff. We specialized in specific combats. Like, we had 2 different casters. We had the stealth archer. I played a stealth barbarian. I had maxed stealth. I did heavy armor, 2-handed weapons, pickpocket, like all of the normal thief stuff, but with alchemy? Anyway, that's a different game. Okay, play the original Vampyr experience. Character progression is faster if you kill citizens. It's pretty good. For some reason, very popular among LGBT people along Minecraft and Celeste. I understand those two. Yeah, I don't know either. I've not heard of that. I get Celeste. I get Celeste. Fallout New Vegas is big in the LGBT community. Icon. Mr. House. Icon. Character progression is faster if you kill citizens. Combat difficulty is linked to the number of citizens you kill. That's it. So, kill more people, get more stuff, but the game is harder. Play Vampyr in a more challenging way. Your power as a vampire is tied to the citizens you choose to embrace. Enemies are harder to kill and hit harder. Experience points rewarded by killing enemies in combat are reduced. Let's just do the normal. You will not be able to change difficulty mode during your playthrough. Ah, fuck. So this isn't like a Yakuza or a Judgment where if I keep dying during a boss fight, it'll ask me. Okay. Let's just do the normal playthrough. Let's do the dev intended experience. In this game, difficulty is tied to your actions. More lives you take, the easier the game will be. I do remember bullshit load times though, so hindsight's 2020. This is a PS4 game. I should have just popped the disc into my PS5, but playing it on PS4.
"12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
I love vampire games that are edgy with their whole chest.
Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment. A righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
He's doing awesome. Oh yeah, for sure. It's, again, I talk about how much I genuinely enjoyed playing this game, but like as we just saw, I never even got out of Act 1, apparently. It's definitely written by someone who read a lot of Edgar Allan Poe. Dude, I I think it's still at my parents' house, but I have like all of the written works of Edgar Allan Poe, and it's a tome about that thick. I read a lot of Edgar Allan Poe. I think Blood Omen 2 was probably my first, big vampire game. And Simon Templeman, who plays Kane in those games, has like the perfect vampire voice because he's authoritative, but like it still has that slight, like, sexy, effeminate nature that all vampire voices should have. You know what? It's October. I feel vindicated when I say wood for most of these vampires. Here's the crazy thing. I love the cunty vampire archetype. Like Dr. Jonathan whoever. I can't remember his last name. This character, like when he gets his full black outfit, he serves a little. And I love him. I'm here for him. I would. However, I still am free of the Astarian Alucard Tepish, my beloved. I am still absolutely free of the Astarian chains. Astarian Baldur's Gate 3 will not get me. Ooh, Blood Omen 1 is really good. I think Blood Omen 1 isn't remembered as fondly because it's the most wildly different of the franchise. Like, Soul Reaver 1, 2, and Blood Omen 2. He would, if you let him live. No! Here's the thing. Astarian feels like a corporation created the sexy twink vampire. Astarian feels like they distilled it down to its base corporate components, and they were like, here's how we build one. He feels like a psyop. That's what it is. Astarian, let him live on one playthrough. No! He's a psyop, and I will not be gotten! Astarian Baldur's Gate 3 is the corporate twink psyop, and I will not be gotten. I love the opening to this game so much.
What have you done? Mary! Oh, no. Mary! Hold on. Please, hold on. Oh, God. Oh, no. Mary. No.
That's beautiful, Arrow. It is a step in the right direction. Karlach is a step in the right direction.
This horror. It's a nightmare.
They created, visually speaking, they created a lot of archetypal characters, but the Baldur's Gate 3 cast is extremely, like, deep and diverse. Which is why we all need to give Lae'zel a chance. I know some of you out there didn't. Give Lae'zel a chance. Anyway.
No, don't shoot.
I didn't do it.
This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here. This can't be happening. There's one of those vermin. No, please, stop. I mean you no harm.
I like the Britishness. More corporate diverse archetypes we have by the corpos. By the indie ones, we'll stick it to them. Yeah.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about? Shit, where'd it go?
Used machete.
Now, I can defend myself.
I don't know if I don't know if he's making the right. Ow. So he killed his sister, and the cops are after him, and he's like, well, I gotta defend myself. Immediately just, alright, I guess it's ACAB time. They're the ones making the mistake. I'm in denial. Denial is more than a river in Africa. I don't think there's anything out here. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they put any missable little things in the tutorial run. Down the ramp. Yeah, no, I remember. Again, I mentioned that like this game came out when I worked at GameStop, and we had about 5 or 6 people on staff. I was the only one that played it. And here's the thing: at GameStop, you could take copies home to review. You know, you could take. I think you could check out games for like a week. To like check them out and review them. I bought this game, but like for people who worked at GameStop could like just take a copy home, and people still didn't play this game. Notice people forget Egypt is in Africa. I mean, but it is though. Egypt, it's like right there. It's like right up there at the top. It's right there. It's right there in Africa.
I mean you no harm. I need help.
Die, you fucking leech!
Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this.
Shut up, beast!
Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's sake?
I'll do the rest of the job.
Just leave me.
Son of a bitch. Here, okay. Here's the thing about why that might be.
The sun.
If we think about
like it's burning me to the bone.
Geographical location and the histories of the region, in terms of continental location, yes, it's in Africa, but it's also right next to and attached to the Middle East. And given the history of a lot of civilizations, I think it makes more sense to include Egypt. It's both. Egypt is a part of the Middle East and a part of Africa, just in terms of location. But for conversations like that, it makes more sense to include Egypt in the conversation of the Middle East. But the Middle East itself doesn't have, you know... I've seen different maps of the Middle East defining what countries are and aren't included in the Middle East. But in terms of the history of a lot of civilizations and peoples, they moved up from Egypt into those like Eastern Mediterranean countries. I'm not saying that people forget Egypt is in Africa. I just think in terms of conversation, Egypt comes up more in conversations about either its own history or in the history of a lot of major like world religions, in which case it's tied more to the Middle East.
I need to find somewhere to hide. Let me
Yo,
go!
Sapphire. I'm just gonna wait around this corner for him. Yeah.
I need to find shelter.
Idiot with a gun. You never give up distance when you have a gun. You run from a knife. Legends Arceus. People think it's a part of the Middle East. Well, yeah. That's a whole thing I don't want to get into. That is here's the thing. That is a prickly situation that's been going on for millennia that everybody thinks they have an answer to. So I'm not even going to pretend that I have an easy answer for anything going on over there, because it's so closely tied to the history and religion of those people, and I am not a religious person. I am missing a lot of context, and I cannot form an articulate...
Is anybody there?
And...
What is this place?
I cannot form an articulate opinion or take on a lot of those situations that would move anything in a positive direction. It would just create more discourse.
Seems abandoned.
And the last thing anybody needs is more religious discourse. Is that fucking Ethan Hawke? You're on stage with the headset. You doing the hand thing.
What have you done?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
It's whoever did this to you, because you did that to Mary. We saw it. We was there. When was the last time I heard that name? I mean, there was a monologue of his from a movie. There was a movie from the 90s. I can't remember which one, but there was a monologue of his. It was the mockumentary one, or the documentary style one about like the high schoolers entering adulthood. Can't remember what the name of that movie is, but his monologue from that was included in the newest Fall Out Boy album from 2023, 2022. It's over a year old. But the newest Fall Out Boy album had his monologue included in, the track is called Pink Seashell. Also, I mean, his daughter, Maya Hawke, has been, kind of blowing up in popularity. He was in, The Black Phone? What was that A24 horror movie? Or was it Blumhouse? He was in a small budget horror movie. What does she do? She also acts. Maya Hawke is just also an actor. Maya Hawke is on the spectrum of Nepo Baby, but she's leaning more on the side of like Nepo Baby that can hold her own. Like, she's not just getting parts because of family stuff, but like both her parents are actors, so of course she was gonna. Finally, get a game, want to complete the Pokedex as a priority instead of the same get old gym badges, be champion. Yeah, I never played Legends Arceus. What's going on here? Exactly. You know, like, Sofia Coppola is a great director. Like, she can hold her own in the industry. I think Jack Quaid is a much better actor than his dad or his uncle, who both went different kinds of crazy. Jack Quaid just seems like a normal guy.
This one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities.
Me either.
What's this? Go watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve. That's impossible.
100%. Jamie Lee Curtis, 100%. I think Janet Leigh, her mother, has a stronger legacy. Like, it's hard to argue the impact that the movie Psycho had on the industry. She was in more movies, obviously, but that singular film being a part of Psycho had such a strong ripple effect on the industry for decades. But Jamie Lee Curtis, absolutely. I think Jamie Lee Curtis, we actually talked about this a little bit on my movie podcast, KAFM, Kill All Film Majors. We talked about it a little bit with Alien and the final girl archetype. That in the 70s, when there were these horror movies that did the final girl archetype, there wasn't a term for that yet. You know, Jamie Lee Curtis is one of, like, the founding mothers of the final girl trope. And so good. Scream Queen trope, yes. Alright. I think we can just go upstairs. No reflection. Did he have a reflection? Lame.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
You know what thinking about it, you know what I wish this game would have done? So this game at the very beginning says it takes liberties with its, you know, with all of its medical stuff. There is nothing stopping them from making the sister Mary an alt playable character. Like, at the beginning of the game, you could choose, do you want to play as Jonathan or Mary, and then just the opening is, like, you know, just biting the neck of your sibling. So, like, if we play as Mary, at the beginning, we kill Jonathan. And then all of this is Mary. I think that would have been it would have been, you know, it would have required more budget, would have required more time to film Mary's stuff and record all of these alternate lines with different pronouns, but give him a kiss. Why are you feeling your way down the arm to get to the gun? You can't just see it?
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No! There's time. I can save him.
He's like,
The enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing.
I'm a healer, but...
No, it never got easy.
Okay, so the Assassin's Creed Shadow armchair experts are just straight fucking wrong. Like, there is provable fact that, like, yes, these characters existed. Yes, this is, like, these were real people. You know, like, all of this stuff, like, we have documentation. Like, here's my response, because I don't know about Ghost of Yotei. I don't know how accurately that is. You know, I don't know about, you know... I know that for Ghost of Tsushima, they actually went to that island and they studied it and stuff. I don't know about Yotei yet. I don't know about the history of that region, of that mountain. Here's my response whenever somebody's like, there wouldn't be, shut the fuck up, it looks like a fun game. That's my response. Hey, have you considered maybe... That's my response to those people. But there wouldn't be a... I'm gonna have fun with my video game, and you're just gonna be mad, angry, and stupid. You're gonna miss everything cool and die mad. That a woman is playing it, the actress playing it. The fact it's not Jean. Oh no! They made an anthology series? Sucker Punch is dabbling in anthologies? Heaven forbode. Oh no. Mercy. Speaking of anthologies, I wouldn't hate if... I'm just thinking about Don't Nod and how I wish Don't Nod made more games like this. And not... Not Last of Us. There are female warriors, so why it's bad? Because people are sexist. People are sexist and are like, only men carry sword in ancient Japan. And it's like, were you there? Shut the fuck up. I hate people that are like... It's very clearly a work, regardless of historical fact. You are playing a video game that is a work of fiction. Who gives a shit? Truly. Could you imagine being so pissed about a character being a different... Oh my god! Remember when Neo got controversy? Yeah, me neither. Really? I didn't hear shit about issues with Neo. Legends didn't appear for you? Was that the one about, the music being really good? Alright, can I just leave?
I had better remain here until nightfall.
Is there a bed? About, a game where you actually want to complete the Pokedex instead of just collecting badges. Can I sleep here? Didn't even hear a complaint that the main character doesn't even look Irish. The person he was based on was. Oh my god, Ghost of Yotei looks so good. Oh, it's all good, Sapphire. Wait, bloody... Oh god, that's a lot of text. 15th of October, bad sleep. Becky coughed all night, and the fever made her delirious. I heard a loud noise in the morning. It's a big machine some men brought by the banks to dig a big hole in the ground. It was some sort of mechanical shovel. Maybe I could go there and ask for some help. Becky needs medicine. 16th of October. I talked to the men with the mechanical shovel. They told me they are digging mass graves all around London. Safety measures apparently. Is there a new epidemic? Is the flu coming back? They had no work for me. Becky slept a little last night. The foundry has been closed, and there are no more jobs nearby. I hope they do fighting techniques and stances for the new weapons. That was honestly one of my favorite parts of Ghost of Tsushima was the like, oh, you could be like a ninja or a samurai, and both make sense for the character. 19th October. I went to London to find some groceries and drugs. No trains, Took me the whole day to cross the Thames and come back. Becky seemed better. I made a soup she ate. I found no drugs. Only a few syringes and some sleeping pills on the black market. We have no money left. Maybe I could go the Pembroke Hospital tomorrow. But it's so far, and I fear leaving my wife for so long. So, which is Hokkaido nowadays? Imagine a sniping stance or something to increase range on the muskets. Like a more grounded, like you have to like not lock yourself in, but like you're down on one knee and you're more grounded, you less reflex, less reaction time. Also 19th of October. Becky threw up the meal a few hours after she ate. She's so frail now, it makes me cry. See, she says she hears voices outside at night. She says she wants to eat meat. Where would I find meat? Tomorrow I'll barricade the house to protect us from looters. Oh. And then Becky got him. Oh, shit. More. The chain thing. Oh, were you talking? Hang on. Patches actually brought that up to me. Huh? It just like paused itself. Weird. The scorpion thing. Kasarigama. Yeah. With the scythe on the end, I was thinking scorpions from Mortal Kombat. What is Scorpion's weapon called? No, not a kunai. It has a specific name. It's not just a kunai on a chain. Some kind of chain whip. Also, if they use it as a sort of grappling hook to swing, I'm very pleased. Kasurigama is indeed the weapon. That's the one with the scythe at the end. I equipped the spell card Kunai with chain. Oh, Joey Wheeler. Alright, 21st October. The men with the mechanical shovel have stopped digging the mass grave. I heard shouts last night as if they were attacked. Now there are only a few boats throwing bodies day and night into the giant hole. The smell is terrible. We should have left this house a week ago, but Becky, she refuses to leave. She'd rather die, she said with a nasty smile. Why is she torturing me so? The 22nd of October. Becky just attacked me. She jumped on me from the stairs and tried to bite me. I had to smack her, but she smacked me back. I went upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom. Now I can hear her crying and mumbling downstairs. I retrieved the gun I hid in the ceiling since the war to protect the house. Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to use it to protect myself from my own wife. The 23rd of October. I could not sleep at all. Becky spent the whole night scratching at the door, asking for my help, begging me to let her in, but I was too afraid to open it. I'm just waiting for her to die now. It would not be long. I pray God will end soon. I pray God it will end soon. The smells of this game, the smell of a Smash convention. Ugh. Sengoku era is a nice touch. Saw it in the Kamakura. I was so hungry. I tried to go downstairs this morning. Becky was sitting in the armchair by the chimney. She was panting like a dog, looking at me without moving, just followed me around the room with her eyes. I pointed the gun at her sore face, but she did not react. I could not pull the trigger. I went back to my room. The 25th of October. The house is silent, like a tomb. No more noises. Becky is dead now. Forgive me, my love, I was unable to save you. I will be with you soon enough. I pray God to end soon. I pray God it ends soon. Bedtime. What a nice story to read before bed.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it.
Just go to sleep, John.
So be it.
PS3 was
Rational
ridiculous.
thinking only.
Credits roll. That's the whole game. Thank you for your $60. I mean, that's fair, save, eh? I think that stuff is always super fascinating.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, who changes blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
And now I'm hearing things. Evolution. Hideout beds allow you to evolve and rest. Spend experience points to level up and improve your vampiric skills. Sincerely, Ubisoft, Activision, Blizzard, morons who made it the day before. Oh God, I forgot about the day before. That's like actual scam shit. My brain wants to say autophagy, but there's no way. Autophagy? Autophagy sounds so dumb. Thank you, Nightbot. It's launch games, same money. Takes to buy one PS5 Pro. Fair. 200. Oh, there are skill trees in this. Okay. Way to scam people. Hold review up to 30 days after release. You drain your own blood to heal normal aggravated damage instantly. Okay. Claws, Blood Spear, Shadow Mist. Close range strike. They'll cut through all living creatures in front of you. I feel like I'm gonna have melee weapons often enough. Machetes and stuff. Place a cloud of shadows at the target's feet or yours. The cloud will explode after a short time, causing heavy damage. Give me the guaranteed distance attack, I think. All right, and Blood Spear.
That voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Do they just not have a word for vampire? I must understand whatever I am.
I need to leave now.
Here's the leech.
That's fair.
Here!
Hell yeah, teleportation.
My head's spinning.
Come out, you coward!
It's locked, all right.
All right, key anywhere. Key, Used stake. Offhand weapons.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End.
Use your stake to inflict stun damage. Stunned enemies can be bitten. Biting an enemy provides you with blood to use skills and also refills your health gauge.
A strength I never knew I had.
Okay, so L1 for healing. They're busy. They're busy. I'm not going to bother them.
I cannot enter.
Can I teleport? Can I just bamf through?
This shouldn't be possible. Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire. I feel like a child learning the limits of my body.
Huh? Oh, there's a guy. Fuck off.
My strength. My reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
White Gene. Protect you during archery? Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense. Just in terms of, like, armor design. That makes sense. Oops. Motored merchant services. Can't go over there. I love that they give me teleportation that I can only use sometimes, kind of. District status stable? What the hell does that mean? Join the ranks. Your king and country need you. No.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
Crunchy.
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable.
Hooray, 10 shillings.
It's locked, all right.
Are lockpicks something you get in this game?
I cannot enter.
Huge in comic. I mean, again, it makes sense in terms of why would you?
Dizziness from the jump. I can.
If you could take out your enemy from afar, why wouldn't you? Why would you get up close where they could also get you?
I'll control it. It's locked, all right.
Short range teleportation, if applied correctly, practically invincible in terms of assassination. Look at me. Shillings.
It's locked.
Well, I sure hope we get like a key or something. John's rat-eating voice clip sounds like one of the worst covers of Down with the Sick. That bullshit.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
No, there's another rat. Let me eat the rat.
What will London have to say to me?
Do you think anybody's done a vegetarian playthrough of this game? Only doing the like necessary bites for the story purposes. Like you have to bite Mary for the story stuff, but don't be sorry, Sebe. Don't be sorry. It's like those superheroes with phasing abilities. Don't just grab a knife. Stop the fist in a person's chest.
I've so many questions unanswered.
Locked. Nothing. Gimme. Limehouse Dock, district status, stable. I don't know what that means. How do I destabilize?
Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
Yeah, you're talking about, Lemillionaire? Or Lemillion? Nice dot, good eye. I see blood.
Fresh.
God,
blood.
Lemillion is so fucking cool.
The smell is so strong.
Aluminum and grease. Oh boy. I guess I don't want to wander too far because these are more open areas. Didn't know if you got that far, didn't want to spoil it. It's introduced early 7th season. I am caught up with the I might be one episode behind on the anime, but my partner and I, we're caught up on the anime as I think we need to be, unless we're an episode behind in like the most recent episode, like, you know, completely changed everything. I know there was some stuff a couple episodes ago. Okay, so I think that's where they want us to go, so I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, I love
It's locked.
the 3 upperclassmen that they have in from UA. They're really fun. I'm still, like, after all of the cool characters that we've been introduced to, I still love Fat Gum. Fat Gum is just such a guy.
Where has everyone gone?
Bloody hell. Smells like blood. Hideout. You just found a new hideout. You can spend XP here. Stash. Refill all. That's neat. Crafting, serums, weapon upgrades, medical treatments. Ah, that's right. Okay, so we don't have anything to upgrade that. Okay. Well, 500 XP is not enough to do anything with. Is that what we needed to upgrade this? Did we just find the 2 pieces that we needed? Oh. No, well, we need 3 of handle parts and 2 lead plates. Okay, so now we need 2 more of each. Star and Stripe. Oh, Star is so good. Any pride, even in fictional MHA America? Yes. My issue with My Hero Academia, and I get, oh, it's shonen. Oh, it's shonen, so, you know, the audience is meant to be, you know, more male-centric. There's something specifically, like, all of the female characters in MHA, I feel get done so dirty. Either they are support characters that do their job incredibly well. I'm not saying I don't like the female characters in MHA. They are very good characters. I love Froppy. Like, they are either support characters that, you know, just do support things, or if they do enter combat, the first time they actually do a combat of importance, they're sidelined immediately for plot reasons. More or less. I know saying sidelined is a like huge understatement in some cases, but you know what I mean. Not wanting for no spoilers, just immediately the second a woman in that show does anything cool, it's like, and that was her last fight. There's no fiscal way to star me Deku. Would have been too busted. Nah, just give Star one for all. Can I jump? Is there fall damage? Hell yeah. Superhero landing. No. Unknown. Blood quality. Unknown. What?
At last, a little life.
Welcome, sir, to the Turquoise Turtle.
All right. I'll ask again. Are we gonna be a good person or a bad person? Because I'm feeling I wouldn't mind a good person
Whoever he may
run, but also
killer
villain
recently
equal
entered
more
this
power, more vampire.
be. Maybe some of the locals
You say good?
saw it.
Yeah.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank
Good
you.
run.
I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Any leads on a
Do the
who
police have
murdered?
any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite.
I need nice clothes.
Professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Run as far away from this place as I can.
Are you implying? What are you implying?
Damn it. I think drink no longer stirs me.
Jack.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes.
The camera's
I
so
apologize
close.
for my outfit.
He's taking up so much of the
It's
frame.
It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't
That's a bit
worry,
better.
things can only get worse.
Not a plot armor, though. Across the globe, don't show up, jump. For one's screwed looking ass. Yeah. Man, we were, my partner and I were just talking about this when we were watching it proves just how powerful All Might was, because All Might kicked All for One's ass on his own. You know, beat him on his own. And now every hero in the country of Japan are like, it's close. You know, it's not, it's like, oh, it could go either way. And I think they made it a point of, like, there were some statistics after All Might retired where it was like, oh, crime went up, 33% or something. I think it was around 30-ish%. So it's like, oh, one dude was holding 30% of all crime in the country at bay? Uh-oh.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
All right.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
The sewer dog?
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Real. Not only does it show how busted All Might was, but also the fact that it's constantly All for One's underestimating and thinking less of people that leads to his losses. 100%. Calling them ants. When a million ants swarm something, it doesn't matter how big you are. Yeah, and that's what it's gonna take. Again, like, we're fairly caught up. I think we might be an episode behind, but like with where it's at, it's pretty even right now. The fight is pretty even. I honestly don't know how much, from what I understand, from what people have told me, there's going to be a season 8. I don't know. I legitimately have no idea. I know there's going to be, or maybe there already is, a new movie out. Villains also get the power of friendship. Power up is so good. Yeah, I do like, legitimately, I'm a big fan of Twice. I think Twice is such a fun character and a fun, like, I mean, he's just Deadpool. Saitama will take care of it. But like, I like, oh, what was, the hell's his name? Starts with an S. Lizard Man. Spinner. I like Spinner a lot. I like Spinner's character because he always says, like, I'm not a leader, and then when they put him into a leadership role, he fails. Like, people try to rally around him and be like, yeah, heteromorphs, he's gonna be our savior, and he kind of fucks up. Like, he's such like a great sympathetic character that I think is extremely underrated. I'm a big fan of Spinner. I like Twice. I don't get the toga stuff. I don't like her. There are so many instances where I just pray that this is the end of her character, but I know they're not going to do that. They're not going to kill her off. Also, the usage of rewind as a deterrent rather than an ex machina makes many speculated it would be was genius. Off the shonen leash. Let him do buff women. These grotesque, morally complicated. If I don't do anything for too long, it just pauses.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Go sleepy. Are you going to bed, Sebe? Is that what's going on?
It's a good thing you cannot see me now, Mum.
Now that I think about it, it would. All right, yeah, you have a good one, Sebe. Thanks for hanging out. You would like twice since you're an avid Moon Knight enjoyer. Yes. Tomorrow is work. Understood. Have a good sleep. I am a Moon Knight enjoyer. But I mean, Twice is more so a Deadpool, really. He's Deadpool with the power to make his DID manifest.
They do not pursue me. But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient. They'll not relent until the killer has been identified. I have a common objective, but I require... I think someone is eavesdropping. Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
They hear from the other side of the door. I'm not eavesdropping.
Who are you? I mean you no harm, saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word. With anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you.
What a dweeb.
And who?
Edgar Swansea. Love the villains. We get a little bit of everything. Good people who fell too far. Broken people who can be redeemed. Broken people who can't be redeemed. Those who just follow their instincts of their quirk. And all for one Saturday morning cartoon villain ass who just wants to fuck shit up, which is respectable in a sense. Actually greatly enjoy his character a lot more once he's out of the scrotum phase. Yeah, that's fair. So I'm a big fan of Invincible, the Invincible comic, and I've been enjoying the show. I like the show. But they recently released a compendium of stories that take place in the Invincible universe but aren't invincible, like Adam Eve, their superhero team, like all these little one shots or these little like 4-issue arcs of like other hero teams and stuff in the Invincible universe. Voice his actor younger self, just a cherry on top. I'm not an Attack on Titan fan, so that means nothing to me. That's cool, and I'm glad that you're happy about that, but that means nothing to me. But there was an arc in this compendium where there was a villain named Set, named after like the Egyptian god, and he was forming a villain team, and he's like, "Look, gang, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm straight fucking evil. We are here to kill as many people as possible." You ever do watch it just to avoid the insane fans with no media literacy? We'll see. I have no desire to watch it, is the thing. I've seen the first 6 episodes, you know, like I started watching it and it just did not catch me. I did not care. It felt like the big selling point was just gore for the sake of gore. It's not even that. It's like, it was boring. Like, I don't know if it picks up or anything, but like, I just thought AOT was boring. But this villain, and I love villains like this, because they try to do the big, like, this is a very, like, postmodern villain thing for creating sympathetic antagonist, where it's like, oh, we're gonna take you through, even My Hero did this, where it picks up after, like, the 6th episode, which, yeah, it definitely feels too long. My Hero did this with, they did a backstory episode for Shigaraki. They did a backstory episode for him where it's like, oh, here was him as a child. You could see the broken home that he grew up in and his quirk manifesting and all that stuff. Which is fine. And I like when things do that, but it's more rare nowadays to have a villain that's like, I'm straight fucking evil, dog. What are you gonna do about it? And that is so refreshing. I love that so much. So, like, All for One just being the most, like, I'll kill whoever. I don't care. Let's do it. Is so fun. He's such a fun character. Blood quality. Oh no. I'll get 6,000 experience points from him? Juicy. Social circle. Oh, okay. That's right. I do remember this now. Okay. Nope, this is all coming back to me. The pillar of each district. Yes, okay. That's the hospital. No. Church and the hospital? Or is that the hospital was made out of a church, if I remember right. That's a factory or a university, maybe. Some kind of sympathetic background. That means the story won't be morally gray. Won't get the random YouTuber who makes a 45-minute video about how awesome our writing is.
Who might you be?
If you need somebody else to validate how cool your writing is it like, I get enjoying, like, the pats on the back. It's like, hey, you wrote something really cool that, you know, we want to talk about. It's creating discourse. It's sparking conversation. That's great. That's awesome. But, like, it's gotta feel reasonable. It's gotta feel thought about, instead of just saying we're gonna make a morally gray character to make a morally gray character. Well, it's like, well, what makes them that? You can tell me that, or you can show me that, you know? All for One is basically the reverse Flash. Yes. It was me, All Might. I pissed on Endeavor's doorstep so he'd get pissed off that day. It was me, Barry.
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
I've been hunted down in the streets and attacked. I'm a victim here, too.
I believe you.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
That's fair.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor? That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
I'm going to trust him.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
I'm gonna take some shit from your drawer. Hey, thanks for 5 shillings. I stole his money.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
It's locked, all right.
I just heard a woman out of context. I've never even been to India.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, and now all these terrible murders.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
I just think it's so funny. It was like 2 days ago, he was a normal guy. He was a doctor. 2 days ago, he was a normal doctor guy. And he didn't know about the Spanish influenza outbreak? What in the amnesia ass?
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, a turquoise turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
I didn't. Do you know if Tom is available, though? He told me this is a respectable establishment, but I don't believe him. I want Tom carnally. So I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the bar.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
Look at Tom clean the bar top. Look at those biceps. Scrub the stains. Sir, you really need to
have
leave.
much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
It also depends on the heroes that America has. You know, we've seen, what, 3? We've seen 3 people with quirks from America, and I know that's, like, not the point. You know, we focus on Japan and Japan's hero population. But, like, what if America, being such a large country, doesn't have enough for a, you know, top-of-the-line strike force? Apparently lacks vigilante laws. Oh, interesting. I just want to talk about Tom.
I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
I want the
I
truth.
spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Why are you so afraid?
Why are you so afraid?
I'm normal.
Skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk as usual. But my God, his eyes, his face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Barrier of air big enough to hold up a skyscraper. Huh.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the cannon factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Citizen hints. Dyson Delaney.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave you to your...
All
bottle
right.
then.
Not who I wanted to talk to, Buster.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
The only other stranger. Tell me about William.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Yes.
Who is he?
William, just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Is he dangerous?
Yeah, like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Can do.
Bullshit mess. No.
Track the killer. Inspect the boats. North Pier, he said.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue.
I know I'm going
What's
west,
been
but
done to me, to this city.
vigilante who joined from became top hero because he's pretty OP himself. He learned from a former pro in Japan. All his experiences from on the fly since he missed the opportunity on Street Fighter with a quirk that could probably take down a city. Used everything he had. Sick. Ooh, what are you? Is this more? Would you like to know more? Join the Royal Fleet today. No.
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. What's this? Some sort of note. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker.
Was.
There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Hey, and I can teleport over there. Hooray. Bullets.
Ammunition crate. Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
At least 5 years before the beginning. Focus on backstories of the side characters from the main show, as well as a lot of street level. I mean, yeah, I'm always interested in I think a lot of the like side characters are really interesting. Freewind Brawler. Resistances, medium resistance, high resistance to melee damage, blood and shadow. Okay, so I should hit him with my spear.
Steady, boys! We've got one of them! Filthy piece of shit!
Cauldron handled the whole quirk thing. Alright, let me just double check in here real quick. Nothing, nada. Let's go up. Shot 3 times, I just drop the gun and go home.
It's locked.
That's fair. shells and shillings. Hey, I got 2 lead plates. I needed that for upgrading my machete.
It's locked, all right.
Common handle part. Needed one of those.
Best stay back, sir. Over there!
Nautical themed roofing company or description of Wall Street's investors.
There's this nest of them cleaned out. Stupid beast! I'll take his head! Watch yourselves! Bloody leech!
All right. Anyway. Nothing, nobody. That's... Lots of bullets. Do I have a gun that I don't know about? Used revolver. Well, there is a guy up there. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's how I swap.
Over there!
Aluminum, shillings. Has there been anything new you've been watching or playing lately on your own time? I've been playing the new Astrobot game. That's been really fun. I've really been enjoying the new Astrobot game. It's really cute. Lots of references to franchises that I love that PlayStation refuses to acknowledge 90% of the time. Which is sort of a double-edged sword. Because it's really fun to see all of these references to, like, you know, PlayStation games and stuff. But it is also a gentle reminder that PlayStation has so many franchises that they just refuse to do anything with. I just saw Megalopolis last night, which is Francis Ford Coppola's, like, big new movie. Which, it's a movie he's been wanting to make for decades. And, according to him, he doesn't care how much money it makes. It's like self-funded and stuff, and he just wanted to make a movie. He wanted to make this movie. And he doesn't care, you know, if it makes its money back or not, which, I mean, it's not going to. budget of $120 million and it opened on a $1 million weekend, it's not going to make its money back. But yeah, I just saw Megalopolis last night, and it was fine. Honestly, the reviews are across the board. If you look on, like, Letterboxd or something, like, it is almost a sheer even spread from 5-star to 1-star, including half stars, like 5, 4.5, 4, 3.5, 3, like, across the board. It is a sheer even split. It is, I've never seen something like that before. Everybody feels differently about this movie, and it's wild. No, grab the money. Is there a workbench in here? Yeah. I need one more handle part. Damn it. I would highly recommend Astrobot. That's been a great game. I've been playing through I have another idea for a masochist platinum playthrough. I have another idea for a masochist platinum playthrough, but I've been playing through. It's got 2 trophy lists, one for PS4, one for PS5. So I've been playing through one of them just to see what all needs to be done. Yeah, right? Just to see what needs to be done to get this platinum, so that, like, I'm not fumbling around for a whole day, like a whole stream of just fumbling around trying to figure shit out. So, I've been playing through a game. It's not a terrible game. I mean, it is, but I mean, like, I've played worse. But it's fucking rough. Oh, I hear the cat. What? All right. I will take this opportunity to take a bathroom break. I need more tea. So, I'll be right back. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you are staying hydrated. Make sure you're eating. Make sure you're stretching if you need to stretch. You know, make sure you're taking breaks. Make sure you are touching grass. Make sure you're resting if you need to rest. All that good stuff. And, yeah, I will be right back. So I didn't see anything on the floor, but the cat definitely just ate something off the floor. Getting sponsored by a handcuff friend. Jeez. Why? Why? No. No, so, I was, you know, petting the cat. I was like, you okay, buddy? You know, he's meowing a lot. He jumps off the counter. I'm watching him. And I see him, like, walking around. I don't see anything on the floor. On, like, the hardwood floor. But, like, his back is to me. And he's, like, hunched over. His back is to me. And all I see is... like, when cats, like, are, like, eating something. And they do the little, like, head bob movement. And so I just had, like, this moment of, like... the hell did you just eat? Your cat vomits a lot. So he has this issue where he will eat a ton of dry food and then drink water like he's never had water in his life before. So all of that dry food expands in his stomach. He's been better the last week. He didn't throw up or anything. Like, just now, that wasn't him throwing up or anything. I think he was just lonely. He was just meowing because he wanted attention. So I gave him some love. I gave him some scritches and stuff. But no, that wasn't that. But, you know, 9 times out of 10, it's either, you know, or I guess 50-50 chance it's either a hairball or he ate too fast, or, he ate a lot and then drank water. North Dock Stable. All right.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
I love the idea of a vampire that has, like, hemophobia. A vampire that's just grossed out by blood. A scythe! So equip this to main hand.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
Uh-oh. Rabies vampire.
William, my arm. I can't feel it.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Used bludgeon? Just a blunt weapon?
William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by skull?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
Cool, thanks for nothing.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
So, my answer to those questions, answer 1 and answer 3 have a general same answer of healing factor. Vampires as undead have a general regenerative, like, healing factor. So I get the feeling that, moonlight being, just a fraction of what unmitigated sunlight is, they are healing faster than the moonlight could hurt them. And same for, like, they can intake any kind of blood, and if there are STDs in them, if there's any kind of viral infection, they purify that upon ingestion. Like, they're just immune to that because of their healing factor. It just destroys it. I genuinely don't know where the garlic thing comes from. Like, running water, I can understand. Holy water, stake through the heart, you know, holy symbols. Like, a lot of these, I'm like, okay, sure. That would be a question. It's like, hey, if you can't do, like, running water, do you only take sponge baths? Is that how that works? Because that's how I would write vampire stuff, is they take sponge baths.
This poor creature.
Or, like,
can't
damp
be
cloths.
Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find.
Doesn't regenerating and transforming to a bat violate the square cube law? Aren't vampires non-existent? That's my answer. Vampires aren't real. They don't have to... They don't have to exist on any law of the universe that we are governed by. Because they be fictitious. I don't like... There was a slew of that from, like, I think the late 90s to, I want to say, the 2010s. There was a slew of those things where it's like, scientifically speaking, here's how we can, you know, talk about, you know, the werewolf. You know, like, here's scientifically what the werewolf is like and how the transformation works. Like, I don't care. It's supernatural. It's a werewolf. It's spooky. Just let it be a spooky werewolf. I want to go up there. I want to go where she went. Take me to her. Take me to her. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Alright, not a damn thing. Oh boy, there's a vice presidential debate going on tonight.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
That makes sense. I like that.
What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is
I like the original one better. That's dumb.
And the woman? Who is she?
If that's the case, I would just take, like, smelling salts, which are supposed to be
use me to locate that skull.
horrifically, you know, pungent.
I thought you were a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again. From a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes.
They're cool vampire clothes.
What do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Well, now hang on. We're colleagues. We're not friends yet. We're colleagues. I always liked the idea of the rich aristocrat vampire. The best I ever saw that explained was like, look, if you're 1,000 years old and still broke, skill issue. How could you be, you know, immortal and still broke? You haven't put away any money at all. You haven't, you know, you don't have anything after 700 years on Earth.
Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
2,000-year-old crack addict.
Oh, Doctor, what a
I'm
night.
smoking the original opium they had in the Bible.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a...
This is the original burning bush.
Sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy.
Exactly.
Yes,
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes.
It's a good joke.
Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
And now we look fucking awesome. God. Look at this vampire fit. I want this vampire fit. I don't have the jawline to pull it off. Like, I could never be him.
You can do better than that. Nah. It's my turn.
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the source of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost
Just
too
need to
much
lose
blood.
the beard?
Calm yourself.
You think I did?
Have you ever seen me clean shaven?
Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse.
It is incredibly round. Clay Cox. Be polite.
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
The blood quality indicates how much XP you will obtain from a particular citizen. The higher the blood quality, the more XP you will get. Mesmerize. To drink the blood of your prey, you first need to mesmerize them to lead them out of sight from others. Your mesmerize level must be equal or higher than the citizen's resistance. L1 to mesmerize Clay.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance.
I want to take him to the hospital.
Dance of life and death.
Yes, text used to relieve stress. Oh. Oh, there he goes. About to say, can I only hurt him? No, I want to lead Clay to the hospital. Sorry, Clay. You had to do it to him. You have to do it to him. Blood Temptation. Embracing Clay will provide a massive XP boost, but be aware there will be consequences. Learning more about citizens and collecting their hints will increase the experience gained.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
What happened? Whoa, I feel giddy.
He'll be fine. Tiny common handle part. Spring.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
Watch me. I'm gonna run forever. Enter Pembroke Hospital. Damn. You all look terrible. A hospital, or a doctor just enters a hospital room? Jesus Christ, just turn and leave. Fuck, dude, you look like death. I can run forever. Oh, God. I'm sure that will heal. Hey, they're gone. And can I sneak in this way? Aw. Yeah, I'm here.
Doctor, where have you been?
Shut up, Miss Crane.
I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I've got a few questions for you, Dorothy. How is Mr. Hampton?
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in. How does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your
Where's the
employer.
money, Lebowski? It's down there somewhere. Let me take another look.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know
Bug.
him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
Where's my
If you
room?
could point
Second
me
floor.
in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital.
Yo, dude.
Left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
We're a doctor.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
There is no malicious intent in this dapper man. We're a doctor.
Good evening, sir.
Is this Milton?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Personal questions. I know we've just met, but I wish to know more.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
That's fair.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. All right then. And hint required. Personal questions. He doesn't like us yet.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Lots of... Okay.
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
There's
He
like
was
a
also
gnat
very
in this
confident
room.
about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me
I
about
can
the
restore
staff in the
hope.
hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
I wish he would go touch grass. Alright. I don't have... no, okay.
Goodbye,
But I did get something for Nurse Brannigan, I believe. Just gotta go find her. Yes, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Anyone that stands out?
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Tippett praises you.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore.
does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
All right. Yoink. Oh no, I'm taking the medicine. You guys weren't gonna use that, right? Don't mind me. I'm just... Nothing left to steal. Nothing. Nothing to steal around Milton.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect. Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
No.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No, we must...
Nurse Brannigan, you don't have to blame her.
Oh, I don't get to choose other options? Well, shit. Alright.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
Is that so? You're a vampire, huh?
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Describe how you feel. Or Cotard's syndrome.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard's syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover to hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman,
Enemies?
A spirit, fog, or bat.
Enemies?
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. but I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The garden again, huh?
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me, for I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal, but do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Uh-huh.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
Centuries, you say? To shreds, you
I'll
say?
leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
To shreds, you say?
You at our side, Dr. Reed. I know that Pembroke will prevail.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
Uh-huh. Tell me about your experiments.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
So, Jonathan Reed is just everybody's favorite guy. He's just the perfect guy. Be glad to help you.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
The century is very young. It is 1918. Give it time, Thoreau.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve this
right?
situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time.
Alright, so we've got like 3 side quests now. Personal questions.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient
He's so
suffering
aggressive.
from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story. Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Oh.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior, a man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Two things can be true. Alright, so we need to find
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
a Dr. Ackroyd and Harvey Fiddick.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Oh, I immediately wish to kill this man.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
No need for such animosity.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
Not even like, oh, your neck looks so tasty. Like, I just wanna, like, just break his nose. Just a solid jab, enough to, like, bounce his head off of that wall behind him. Just
Since your tenure
pop,
in
pop.
this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time, his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Okay.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
If you are going to lead this surgery, I'm trusting you to assume the consequences of your actions, whatever the result.
I'm not the kind of man who runs away from his responsibilities, Dr. Reed. There is no need for you to be looking over my shoulder.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved...
Oh yeah, he would be a Y2K'er
I
for
don't
sure.
question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
Oh, for
refuse to see
sure.
this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree
This
on
fancy new sorcery. It's a vaccine. This fancy new sorcery. They're putting 5G in my bloodstream.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Is this...
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Oh, nothing.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Is that Harvey?
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Right? Only thing I want is to fix my arm. Tell me about your life in London.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Understandable.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable, and your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies.
It's crazy how just reading about something doesn't immediately indoctrinate you. It just makes you an informed citizen of the world.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Ackroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
That's fair.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
Oh my god, that is not your fault. There was a war! That's all it takes. Yo, speaking of which, Transformers 1, the new Transformers movie out, it's fucking awesome. All I wanted though was for Orion and D16 to kiss, and they didn't. It's one of those, like, history will say they were the best of friends kinds of things.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick, unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
About the death of your... Tell me about your dead wife, injured man with family to worry about. Tell me about your dead wife.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
They were roommates. And they were roommates. They were roommates.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book. I never could keep anything from her.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
The pictures of people making out. They're just good friends and roommates who lived together for 40 years and never married for some reason. Their day job's selling scarves. They were the best of friends. They were roommates. Confirmed bachelor is one of my favorite terms. Confirmed bachelor.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
Okay, you don't want to...
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
Roommates. I don't have medicine.
I will see you later. How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
Okay.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir.
Does it have to do with this woman sitting in the corner of your room? Blink twice if you need help.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
Okay. Are you that rich?
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Based.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Truly, whenever he sees Dr. Reed, gotta get some Dr. Weed in him.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
Pippa Hawkins. She charged you?
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
Isn't everything here during the epidemic, weren't we told that this is all like volunteer work and stuff?
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Yeah, so what do you mean what do you mean this nurse charged you?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Okay. We have talked to so many people, and we just learned of a new person to talk to. Hospital full. Please go back home. We need video gameplay. No. Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Here we go. Local investigations.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate. It's locked. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why close it?
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
Fair.
How
Right?
did you get this job? After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Milton seems like a pretty cool guy.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Yep. Yup.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I'm not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Tomorrow, more bodies will arrive and then sadly depart.
All right, then.
It's locked, all right.
But isn't nihilist or pessimistic? Right. He's like, life is short. Let's just be good people. There's not going to be any judgment afterwards. It's just about being a good person now, because now is all we have. Real. Gotta go to that garden. Gotta go to the garden. Let's do some side stuff. We've been talking to people at this hospital long enough. Real. No, true. What's in this garbage can? Hell yeah. Screws. Public note. Prevent influenza. Spanish. And this is back in the hospital.
It's locked.
Locked.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
gross. That dude's level 6? Hmm. Oh, I shouldn't have fired my gun. Now they know I'm here. Fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Ugh. Give me more blood. Oh my god. There. Photograph of a smiling and loving couple with a few words written on the back. Milton and Pippa forever. Pippa? Wasn't that the name of the nurse I need to go find? The one that charged for the room? Hmm. Well, let's go bring this back to... Bring back the wallet to its owner. Is this back in the hospital? Is this... Yeah, okay. Milton, I have your wallet.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin color that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's
I need
tired.
your drama.
Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
It's fine.
Goodbye, Milton.
Time to go find Pippa. Got some things to talk about.
Good evening, Nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff
Talking
and
to people
patients.
over trash cans and
We are
shit.
running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
Get a grip. That's what you need to yell.
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has
Just
any idea when this epidemic
Grab
will
her
be
by
over.
the shoulders. You're shaking. Like, get a hold of you. You're being hysterical.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Nah, Milton and I are friends. Milton's cool.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke, but we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
And that wasn't even a personal question. That was just about your life in London. What? Fine.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Hawcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of my blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
All right, then.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, Sora, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
Yeah.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Wet Boot Boys? The what?
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
I know Clay.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest, and then I can go back to the people who need me.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks, and I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Oh, Sean Hampton.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really. But
He's
I
a
recognize Miss
vampire.
Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later. It's locked, all right.
So many deaths.
All right. We have a couple merchants. Where are the investigations? Main quest, citizen menu. We're still missing a couple people in this area. God, there's so many. At least there's only 4 districts. So we met a couple people there. Dorothy Crane is the pillar. Huh. Pembroke Hospital, the docks. Here we go, local investigations. Let's go to the pharmacy. I gotta go around. Yeah, I think that's locked. Is that blocked off? That looks blocked off down there. Here we go.
It's locked.
No! I need...
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top!
That man was level 11. I'm not fucking with that. Well, I think for the time being, we should do this story mission of just go to our room. Do not cough in public, prevent disease.
I cannot enter.
Dr. Swansea. Okay. I'll take a hacksaw. T. Elwood's medical file.
It's locked, all right.
Dr. Reed, that's me.
It's locked, all right.
Wait, hang on. Where can we read? Super strength. Lore documentation, weakness of vampires. Patient Thomas Elwood, male, age 28, followed by Mr. Tippett. Status convalescence. Date of admission September 16th. Date of release TBD. The patient's face has been heavily burnt and disfigured by a bomb during the war. Even with the use of the strongest sedatives, he affirms to regularly endure severe pain from the wound. It's as if the flames are still burning under the skin, he says. Examinations of the cicatrized tissues shows no trace of inflammation, infection, or swelling. Scars are clean. Could it be a case of persisting nerve damage? The patient never ceases to blame himself for his disfiguration. Could it be a case of guilt to the survivor's guilt? Phantom pain manifesting as a punishment for not dying with his comrades. Well,
this must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows.
Huge
a
room.
Kingdom of my own.
This is
At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
My God. Dear Jonathan, I asked Nurse Crane to secure an office. P.S. I'll have to copy some of my notes concerning what I discovered about Eakin. Okay. Supernatural speed, mesmerism, blood awareness.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Do I have that? Crafting. First need to analyze the components. Hang on. 45, 65. Can we upgrade this? Common handle part. Common handle parts. Okay, so can't upgrade any of that. Used scythe. Can't upgrade that. Can we upgrade the pistol? No. Can we upgrade used stake? No. Cool. We need ferrous tartrate and sodium hypochlorite solution.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Okay. Increase health, increase stamina, increase blood capacity, increase the blood absorption when using bite attacks. Ooh, okay, so that would be 600. Oh, I can upgrade all of those. Increase the damage inflicted when biting. Oh. Let's... increase health. Increase stamina. Increase 5%. Let's increase the damage of the bite. Requires level 6. Oh, here we go. Science. You can now carry 3 serums. Increase the number of bullets you can carry. Sure. That'll be useful because we need to use bullets to get the stagger effect. Okay. Cool, level 6.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Oh, there's useless people out there you can take care of. It's fine.
Dr. Swansea asked me to collect you, Dr. Reed. Hurry up.
What's going on?
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running?
I didn't want it to
No
be that mean.
antiseptics.
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem.
And
we had
so
to
it
use our
begins.
wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you
This
mean?
response is going to be way
Combined
meaner than it
correctly,
sounds.
Certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Didn't mean to be mean. Didn't mean to just be an asshole to you. So... This side quest takes me through enemies that are level 11. Oh, just in this vicinity? Alright.
It's one of them!
Sick. Survey mission. 25th of October, Guard of Pre-Wind Command Post. East End Patrols. Object. Vampire activity. Hospital survey. Investigate. 3 days ago, one of our new recruits heard a rumor about the presence of a female vampire hiding in the Pembroke Hospital, London East End. All we have is her first name, Thelma. Your mission is to discreetly go there and observe any suspicious activity concerning said leech. Oh. So they were looking for her. Small bag of junk. Well, okay then. Hey, Thelma. I don't believe you're a vampire, but I do believe you were being watched now. Because I know you were being watched. Find the local command post of the Guard of Prewin. Okay. Whitechapel Street. Serious. Level 18. No. No. Let's do some more of the main quest, and then once we're level 11, we'll go do that. Or we'll go do the level 11 mission. Hey, another garbage can. I'm a doctor. Quarantine influenza. Quarantine. Nothing in the garbage. Is this like a whole other area? Ooh. Ooh. What time is it? Alright, let's do this morgue mission and then we'll see where we're at. Oh, thank God, it's a healthy morgue. I was worried. So since it's a healthy morgue, there will be no issues whatsoever. Yeah, that's an exit. Okay, yeah, just find the ingredients. Above and below me? Oh, stairs. This is a perfectly, gimme, normal abandoned morgue.
It's locked.
There will be nothing of consequence anywhere in this building.
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza. I cannot enter.
Locked. Not even locked. That's not even a thing we can even attempt to open.
This key
Blood
will
alcohol.
surely grant me access to the basement.
Oh.
Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Can't. Okay, so just the basement. That's perfectly fine. That guy fucking teleported. Hello? Excuse me?
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. What are the blood?
More ferrous tartrate. We're about to get to like a boss fight. Um. 15. More damage, but it takes more stamina, so we don't get as many swings in. We can try it out. We can try this hacksaw out. Alright. There's something in there. Oh, it's a door. Death report. Samuel Connor. Oh, local investigations. Okay.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report.
Use Liston. Oh, okay, just a new
I'd better look
offhand
into this.
weapon. I want... Oh, this takes up both. Okay. Unequip. Okay, we can equip that, I guess, since we can't just unequip. This feels okay. Is this what the teleporting man is gonna be?
These scowls can be so ferocious. I'm
Hate
not sure
that.
I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
No. We're not gonna drink blood. We are better than that. We are better than that. Do I need to worry about recyclables? Like, can I just recycle these? Still don't have the common handle part. What about... Still don't have common trigger part. Here we go. So I can upgrade the Liston knife. Alright. Oh, let me... Well, I sure hope that's everybody dead, because, I can't stands no more. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And... getting the smallest bits of XP. I'm noticing like 10 XP at a time. Craft the treatment for fatigue. That's down here, I think. Was the crafting table. So we'll go all the way back. Fatigue, anemia, sepsis, pneumonia, bronchitis, and cold. Bring the medicine to Dorothy Crane in the patient's room. Hey, I got like 100 XP for crafting medicine. That's cool. Let's leave. All right, and we've got more XP, hopefully for... Ooh. Because an issue that I came across when I was playing this game, I think I was playing through this on regular difficulty, an issue that I came across was that I would get the first level and a bunch of different abilities, but you could only have like 1 or 2 abilities equipped at once, right? Okay, I thought it froze for a second. The sound cut out. Yeah, so an issue I was coming across is where I had a bunch of abilities, but they were all, like, first tier. Couldn't do a whole lot with them, you know? Yes, I hear you, cat. You are just fine. He just wants attention. Throw Strickland.
With you at our side, Dr. Reed, I know that Pembroke will
There we go.
survive this epidemic.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes,
no.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Diseases.
Seems to be falling apart.
Good evening,
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give
Good
you
evening,
benefit
Mr.
of the
Goswick.
doubt.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
Give medicine.
You're not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Recovering.
I have to
Hooray.
go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
The doubt.
Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
How is my son? Farewell. Blood temptation. Remember, Citizen's Blood will provide you with a massive XP boost. Look for citizens of your mesmerized level or below and choose wisely. I will do no such thing. I am a good doctor.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
See, because here's the thing. It's like 1918. This is probably the correct answer, but also, like, I feel like in, modern medicine nowadays, we would know this answer would be met with resistance and there would be, more issues, but...
You are no vampire. You are a delusional woman, convinced she is something she is not.
How convenient to call delusional anyone who does not share your precious rationale, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Okay.
Disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful for some soldiers.
I don't want to wear a bloody mask for the rest of my life. I'd rather stay here and just be forgotten.
Hint failed.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
How close?
Wait.
Aren't you afraid?
She's quiet.
So
and why?
She could.
And it's another.
You do.
In her map.
I think when this is still lit up, we need to revisit some old questions.
No offense.
You were an
and we
outfit.
can find...
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
You disgust.
Good evening, Mr.
Huh?
Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye
No.
for now, Mr. Elwood.
Actually, what is his condition?
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Healthy.
Goodbye
Okay.
for now, Mr. Elwood.
I thought there was something for his more psychological pain. Is there anything I can make
Good
for
evening, Miss
you?
Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm.
Healthy.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark.
Okay.
Blaming me will not further your agenda, sir. How long's it going to take to fix me properly?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
And nothing. Nothing
Goodbye,
new, anyway.
Dr. Strickland. Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Nothing. Nothing. Oh, my chart says you're healthy.
Goodbye
Back to
for
work
now,
with
Mr.
you,
Fiddick.
Carpenter.
I'll see you later.
All right. We can possibly actually cuz people have mentioned that like other people are tired. Can we see if, you know, staff members are afflicted with fatigue at all?
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Healthy.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least. But I would give everything to be in a better place right now.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Goodbye, Milton.
All right, let's do some level up stuff. Look into maybe some upgrades. What was that? I thought I saw something shiny. It's just a very ill person. Talk to Edgar Swansea. Un moment. I want stuff. Is there free stuff lying around the hospital? That's a box I can't open. I have a secret escape. I can leave like Batman. craft a cure fatigue and just hang on to it just in case. Okay. Increase health. Increase stamina. Each of these are still only 300? Perform a supernatural move to your target and cause damage upon landing. Shadow Veil. Oh, okay. I can do 3 more of these. More damage while biting. No. Confirm. Every night, the consequences of your actions may improve or degrade the... Oh. Can also be degraded due to disease spreading among citizens. The more lives you take, the unhealthier a district becomes. If a district's health status drops below the critical threshold, it will plunge into chaos. It is for you to decide of a district's fate. Ah, yes. That's right. He's got fatigue and fatigue. That's right. Okay. That's where I saw the other instance of fatigue was with Clay Cox. Let's go see if he's still down there. Huh? Unknown? Well, that's somebody else to meet.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir.
Best friends, huh?
We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is... nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Okay, and they move Clay. Is that who I saw up over here? Unknown. Well, I think we'll look for Clay next time. Opium! What a great place to end it. We got some opium. Alright. Is it autosave? Is there just like an autosave? Alright. We can do some of this action, and I want to thank people for hanging out. I genuinely appreciate you guys. And if you're watching this on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you as well. If you want to know when I go live, you can follow me on Twitch. It's free, it's easy, and I super appreciate it. You have no idea. It really does help. All the little things help. I have a Patreon. If you want your name read out before... Nope. If you want your name read out before the beginning of a stream or during any scripted content that I might do over on Silver Screeners, my second channel for movie content, there's that. It's also just a more direct tip jar if you want to support me more directly. And it's yeah, you too, Arrow. It's more, oh, did you just get here, Mew? Hello, Mew. Good morning. It is, oh my god, it's like 6 p.m. for you. Alright. Yeah, it's just a more direct way to support me. There's also Kill All Film Majors, my movie podcast. I have an Instagram that I don't use a whole hell of a lot. There's a Discord where you can vote on the games that I play, as well as just general hangout spot, and there are sources whenever we talk about the gaming news and we read articles. Any sources that are cited are dropped over there post-stream. Alright. So that's... follow me on Twitch. There's the Discord, KFM, the Patreon, Instagram, YouTube channels. All that stuff would be linked below if you're watching this on YouTube, and it's linked all right there into the Twitch chat. If I'm not live and you can't get the Discord link from me or a moderator like Mew, it should be permalinked in the Twitch bio, I believe. Should be. All right. I'm gonna get out of here, and let's hope it autosaves when I quit. Because there's no... It is hell yeah. Because there's no save function in the menus. So let's hope it autosaves. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. Be good. Be kind. Treat people the way that you would want to be treated. And I'll catch you in the next one.